Hello, GeoMCPE. How you doing? Dropped head. Very early. Yes, at the very start. YouTube gotta drop those notifications? Really? Yeah, I've heard lots of people have trouble with it, and part of the reason why I made the reaction rolls in Discord. On the phone to my psychiatrist nurse because I'm having a breakdown over something that really happened, but no one believes me about it. Yeah, Mountain. Wish you the best of luck with that. How far out are you? I'm about... Let's see, I set up the scene before. About 7.5 million blocks. Finally 18. Congratulations. Congrats, congrats. Hello, Timmy. Welcome back. Alright, dropped head. Thanks for stopping by. Yo, 12V. Wide hard. Best of luck finding 1 billion geocaches. That would indeed be cool. I could find 1 billion. Maybe if I was a little bit closer, but I am pretty far as of now. Weary indeed. Live and shit. Indeed, Rich Junkie. Yes, sir. Finally able to catch a Blizzard stream. 12 of you tuned into a decent amount of streams. First one this week, though? Yeah, but it is the first Blizzard stream this week, so you have a 100% attendance rate. Friday streams are the best. Yes, indeed. It is a day that works the best, I'll say that much. Yeah, the FPS, I just try to get it to sit above 60 while I'm streaming because, like, I don't play in orderless mode. I have, like, stream previews running. I'm recording the video locally also now, so... As long as it's above 60, because that is the frames per second I'm streaming, it is good for me. Sup, casual hamster. 2 dubs incoming. That is about the average find nowadays. 2 dubs of farmed materials. We have a couple trails here. One that's kind of going up here. And the secondary one that's down here. I am following them both simultaneously. No portal skips on this trail yet. Can confirm, yeah, Nady has experience in the two doves. They are around. Why is the trail so curvy? Yeah, it's just baritone. In the Nether, you can't really fly in a straight line. The Nether is very ununiform, so there's lots of turns. How can you tell there's a portal skip? Just a more than normal amount of loaded chunks, and you can also use the lava flow to indicate how long a chunk has been loaded for. Oh yeah, you get used to it in the Nether. This is how most trails end up being. Yeah, the armor is a bit low. Yes, I agree with that, Nady. Definitely. It ends up being whenever you see those ones or the parts that I don't know if you can really see too well, but like this kind of makes this part here kind of makes it seem like it's this, but it also could be baritone going the other way. But sometimes you do have very obvious spots. I will agree where you can definitely tell it was trying to fly west, and it got confused here. So I agree. Hey Don, Mr. Don. Don. In reference to that Family Guy bit. I'm hoping, just based on the direction that we're going on this trail, that we're looking at like a 60k max length in the Nether. That's what I'm assuming should be about the max. "48-hour stream one." Oh man, the 24-hour stream was pretty tiring. I don't know if a 48-hour stream is ever going to happen. Another 24-hour, I could see at another milestone, but 48 hours is quite a long time, you know? This is not the greatest sign of the trail going this direction. I don't think it would be... It doesn't make any sense for it to be the other direction, though. Just popped in to say, hey, my kid is about to graduate. Happy hunting. Well, congrats to the boy or girl that's graduating. But thank you for the good luck, Dawn. Did you know that orange Fanta has 5% juice? I bet you that 5% juice varies country to country, though. Like if you buy a Fanta in the US, I bet you it says like less than 1% juice. Maybe it's like some sort of EU regulation or something. I'd highly doubt any US soda has 5% juice. Sounds like too much. Hello, shellfish. Yeah, because I found label at least what looks to be like an American Fanta, and it says contains no juice on it. You know we love our sugar here in the US. You can't be putting juice in its place. Swear I remember hearing that all orange Fanta is yellow in EU because they don't use red 40. Maybe I'm wrong. It's definitely a less artificial looking orange. Nice bro. From, if I'm remembering correctly from when I went to Germany. What you're looking for in the Nether? We are not sure. I am just following a trail or multiple trails that other players have made. Seeing where they lead. I actually should... Do I have a bed in my... No, I do not. Kinda wanted to set my home. Is this a village with beds? No, that is suspicious underwater. I'll find one soon. Good hunting. Thank you, out of nowhere. Yeah, I feel you, Nady. I was doing that not too long ago and did not have much luck, unfortunately. Man, chunks are slow. They were loading pretty well earlier. I don't know what the deal is now. The second I start streaming. Yo, Ritz. Gotta do the Ritz strat. Oh, I can't even fit. Hide in a little hole while it loads. Sup, Havlin? Romania was one of the last countries in Europe to leave communism. In 1989, there was a revolution. Their dictator was caught, judged, and executed. Interesting fun fact on Romania. What up, Eskol? You use just Retro Hack or any other clients with it? I also use Meteor Client. but I mostly use Meteor Client for the add-on Jeff mod. The only real Meteor modules I use are Inventory Tweaks and eChest Farmer. But I use eChest Farmer in conjunction with Fast Break from Rusher, so... At least this trail is trending south, so that makes the couple of other things in the trail more believable for going this direction. Tell us some stories. I mean, I would say like in July through November of 2024, I was at like my prime 2B2T hunting. Like I was just finding everything. And there were a couple people who were like, what the hell is up with Blizzard? Does he have an exploit of some kind? Because he's showing up everywhere I go. And I just thought that was pretty funny that I was just so active that some people, at least jokingly, thought I had some sort of exploit because I was showing up to so many places. But as the year has gone on, I've just had less and less time to spend hunting on TBTT, so unfortunately my rate of finding stuff has slowed down some. I still have found some good stuff. Recently, just have not been able to invest the hours and hours I was able to like a year ago. Is it a mod which build a portal? Yes, it is. That mod I just referenced, Jeff mod. Bro fell off, actually. Prime Blizzard real. That was I was pretty lucky on the hunting front back then. Get a few buds to help you base hunt. I mean, like, I'm in groups that have people that base hunt, but a lot of time base hunting tends to be a solo adventure. At least for me. Ain't nobody saying that. I'm saying that, Rich. I'm admitting I've fallen off so much. But not like my skill of hunting, just the amount of time. Like I always say, time is a great equalizer. In 2BTT hunting, it really is not dependent on how good of a hunter you are, but how many trails you can hunt and how lucky you can get choosing those trails. Anyways, had someone say that about me before? Yeah, it is a good compliment to receive, Ritz. I'll give it that. I do remote contract work time shift, mainly in like support or operations. One may call me an operations master. How come you base hunt in the Nether versus the overworld that you might pass over a base or something? My general rule of thumb is under 1.5 million, you hunt in the overworld. But past 1.5 million, you can hunt in the overworld, and that will get you, usually when you're hunting in the overworld past 1.5 million purely, you're looking for what I have kind of coined as unicorn bases. Like bases that you really aren't going to have luck finding, but you may just happen to fly over. But of course, that's going to be a lot less common it is extremely unlikely for someone to like fly the entirety of the length to their base in the overworld. And even if they do that, it's just going to leave an extremely long overworld trail to it. So I'd say 98+% of bases past 1.5 million are going to have some sort of nether trail to them. Now, if that's a nether trail and then they travel 700k in the overworld off that nether trail, that could be possible, but I tend to believe the majority of it has nether travel to it. How you get the map? The map is Zero's minimap. I use 2 add-ons, but my full mod list is available in my Discord. I have links to the GitHubs, links to guides on how to build the mods from the source code in the GitHub, links to Modred, and my own pre-built mod pack that you can just plug and play if you're too lazy to build your own config. But it's all there. If you are curious. Had people say the name Rifts is just an alt and I have some sort of exploit. Now that made me laugh a little. It's not even the main account. He's just exploiting on all the alts and no one will ever know. Yep, it's true. I can guarantee that Rifts is an alt. Hey Dark Ray. I was on time according to my message to you yesterday. Thought about that before going live. What are your thoughts on 6B? My thoughts on basically all the 2B2T clones are about the same. If you don't have money to spend on PrioQ or don't have the wherewithal to set up a proxy, I can definitely see. Sorry, this does look a little suspect here. You can definitely play on the alts, and it can give you a taste of what 2B2T is like, but they're just not going to compare to 2B2T in the grand scale of player activity and history. So I would definitely recommend, if you really are interested in hunting or contributing to an Anarchy server, if you can, do 2B, but I have nothing against you for choosing to play an alt. I know you're going to sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Riffs. Always good to see you around. Yes, I think it is also unofficial, like Geo said. So if you don't own Minecraft, you can use that too. Yeah, no problem, Dark Ray. And I am doing a Rusher giveaway for the 1,000 subscriber mile marker that we hit. So if you do join the Discord, you can check out the announcements channel where I have the giveaway. All you have to do is react to the message. I would recommend, if you are entering it, to be a 2B2T player, of course, just because Rusher is made for 2B2T, but if you're just interested in the client, there is obviously no restriction on that front, but of course it is going to work best on 2B2T, so I would of course recommend that. Is that you guessing my coordinates, Ash, or are you giving away your own coordinates? I think I saw in your server, Water, the bad news, if I'm not mistaken. But your server is kind of crazy, bro. I do have to say. Hey Blizzard, do you know any baritone elytra fly that works in the overworld? From your mod pack, it tells me, it gives me a command message that only works in the Nether. Yes, the official baritone elytra fly only works in the Nether. I think there are third-party add-ons that allow you to use it in the overworld. I just don't have any use for that. Most of my overworld flying, I'm using the Jeff mod module, which I'll show in a second. AFK vanilla fly here, that's what I use in the overworld. But you could look into those third-party baritone editions, but I just don't personally use them, so I can't vouch for them. It'll all get better, Water. Got plenty of time. I am just looking for anything, Matthew. I'm just following a player activity based on loaded chunks, but they could have built anything anywhere, so I'm just exploring. There's a third party that can do overworld baritone fly. I think it's just like an addition that gets rid of the restriction that's in the official baritone mod, but I'm not sure. Again, I've never used it. I've just heard about it. That is a good question. The shader pack actually isn't in the Discord server, but it is complimentary reimagined. I have a pretty old version of it. I'll need to update it soon. I just got it from Modrin. It will. You're still fairly young, Water. You got plenty of time. And as to that, I just have to say, welcome to the real world. After I get the Meteor client installed, anything I need to be wary of not to get booted from the server? Unfortunately, there are quite a few things. Mostly anything that's going to modify your movement packets, I'd be careful of. Like any sort of elytra fly, any sort of inventory thing, anti-hunger, those sorts of things I would be wary of. But again, I don't have very much experience using Meteor mods because I am a Rusher shill. You can see by my Rusher Plus cape. Oh man, I sunk in the snow. No, we are not there yet, Rich. We are road tripping, but we're not there yet. How about you end your stream, Vex? How often do you switch quadrants? Generally whenever I feel like it. I know it's kind of not a real answer, but it is really just like I'll finish a trail and I'll feel like, you know what, time to hunt a different range. I think these do continue this way. I do want to, in theory, continue following this trail going horizontally if I can. Just played 2B for the first time today? Well, welcome to 2B. It's been here for a while and it will be here long after. end stream I already watched. So how many dubs is the stash at the end of this trail, Josie? Enlighten me, por favor. I love you too, whatever those symbols are in your username. I can't, it looks like a snowflake of some kind from this view. I think I got a wake-up call as to what people really play Minecraft for. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if this is the vibe I'm looking for. I mean, it is, you get what you sign up for. It is a server with no rules within the game, no pay to win, and it has never been reset. So people who spend lots of time on here have lots of resources, and there pretty much is no way around that. $12, maybe $15. That's still a decent amount, I'll take it. We'll continue on the trail. Because it looks like this one in particular goes down. This other one does as well. Maybe this one will too. You do it for the chaos? Yeah. I mean, if you joined QBTT looking for a friendly community, unfortunately, you will be disappointed 100% of the time. There are nice people on QBTT, it just takes some effort to find them. The hunt's been good, Kolya. I actually just finished recording a base walkthrough that will come out at some point. And I have another one coming up that I have to record as well. I mean, to be fair, Henry, spending money on TVTT is not a huge part of the game by any sense of the word. Like, shops seem like a big thing just because there's so many players, 743 online right now, and it's rotating, and they're going to be the ones typing in chat. The new players who want to buy 5 kits are going to be the ones typing, anyone got a shop in chat, or can you give me kits? But in reality, it is not. The majority of players spend a lot of time playing the game completely separated from paying real money or shops. Yeah, I mean, I think what happened to you, Henry, is you joined 2BTT for the first time, like you said, and you walked around Spawn. Spawn is going to be littered with ads for shops because that's where they get all their money from, is new players joining, tired of dying with nothing, and just want to pay $5 for some kits. So that I can completely see how that can be your experience after joining for the first time, but just as someone who's been playing the server for 5 years, it is a lot smaller than you think in the grand scheme of things. Sup, Arcadia? Glad you could tune in. I know it's out of your time zone, but happy to see you stop by. This game is more of a simulation of a second life, but with unrestricted access and exploitation. This is different from an MMO. Yes, very different from an MMO, I would say. MMOs have a strict structure and rule set that you have to follow by. Kind of the opposite of that on 2B. Cacadia. Like 2B2T was a 700 queue. I went into it with the client worst and got kicked for using one of those hacks and had to re-queue, so I quit. Yeah, worst is just one of those other generalized mod packs that's not going to have stuff configured for 2B2T, so you probably have to reconfigure a lot of this stuff yourself, I would say. Sleeping schedule kind of messed up due to the project. Hell yeah, I feel that. Totally feel that. Cat orange whistling. I like that one. I think it's not just the shops either, but I want to be shown wrong, so I'm still sticking into this Minecraft server stuff. Okay. The reason I played 2B2T is that it feels like you as an individual can have a massive effect on the game overall than in an MMO, where something you do isn't very significant and be achieved by any person if they tried, but on 2B2T what you do is marked permanently. Exactly, yeah, that's one of my main drawing points to 2B2T. Like, I can always go back to my first base location and look at the ruins. Because it has been griefed at some point. Although it's a pretty crappy grief, so it's still mostly intact. It's actually on the archive too. How do you do that chest sorting thing that sorts by items? It's under inventory tweaks in Meteor, although I would be very careful with it because some people have reported themselves being kicked for using it. So if you don't have prio, I would stay away from it. For me, 2B is kind of like single-player survival with a chat. Yep, that's said pretty frequently. Yep, it's like Rust without a wipe. Go Ozetti. That sounds like you're searching for like a small whitelisted community server, Henry. Unfortunately, by your description, I just don't think that what you're looking for is 2B2T. Turn the delay up for it and you're fine? Okay. Rich being helpful as usual. So it looks like that's probably just going to be the sorting delay under inventory tweaks. If you turn it up a little bit, apparently that fixes the problem. I highly doubt you griefed my first base, Josie. But if you did, you need to do a better job of griefing in the future. What's the mod for the Rust-esque hover loot and chest? That is Shulker Preview under Rusher. Under Extra Tooltips, Shulker's Summary. I think there's a standalone mod that does it also. Been playing for 2 weeks. I have found 1 stash shulker boxes. Shulker, I like how you write it. I really like that ink. Shulker instead of shulker. Helpful junkie, real. Helpless junkie, what else? Goat junkie. No problem, high frame rate. Paid to Kingy. It's worth stash hunting on 700k? Yes. I have found stashes at 400k and up as of the 1.19 update, so I would... And I found dungeon stashes as close as 30k to spawn, so there's definitely items close to spawn. You don't have to search millions out to find stuff. I saw someone found like a 40 to 50 dub stash, 600k out, or 800k out, something like that, just a couple days ago. So there's still definitely out there. Yes, indeed. Talk ticket was, Nady. I still think it's hilarious how I found something that Toctic had found, and someone found it after. And one thought that Toctic was the owner of the base because he put a sign there, and two, he thought that his username was spoofing TikTok. He thought it was a dumb username. I just thought that was so funny. How like an established hunter on TBTT that basically every established hunter knows about can just be unknown by people who are hunting that far out as well. It's pretty funny. You would think that simulation, but sometimes bases hidden in the mud are better hidden than bases far out. Just because of the lack of activity out here can make specific trails really easy to track down. I think I will pass on collabs with all three of those people, Geo. Hello, Alisco. Damn, I just looked at that find. That's crazy. Yes, indeed, it is. I mean, that's what everyone hopes they find, looking 800k out. Yeah, I tend to stick to my own devices, Henry. I played 2B2T for 3 years completely solo before joining a single group. Now I'm a member of some groups, but I still tend to stick to my own devices most of the time. What is a geocache? I do have a full explanation of what I consider a geocache in my FAQ in Discord, Bernie. However, just to give a quick explanation, it's something that someone has left behind in the game that required some semblance of effort. Do a hot tub stream? Maybe an in-game hot tub stream at some point. I guess YouTube, whenever I have the stream now that I'm a YouTube member, it keeps popping up on my dashboard begging me to set a goal for Super Chat. So I set the goal at minimum. Your name on it. Just so it stops popping up. What's the longest trail you've ever followed, and what was at the end of it? We followed a trail for 20 million in the overworld. That's about like 2.5 million in the Nether, about. And we ended up finding a Pigeon 30 base and a vanilla base near world border off of it. Nothing too crazy, but I'm attempting not to follow trails of that magnitude anymore just because I've generally been disappointed by what's at the end of them. However, my biggest finds, stash, and bases are also in my FAQ. I have pictures and videos of those. Yep, you got the majority of the methods there, Henry. Face red droopy eyes, my favorite emote. Hello, Chris. Hell yeah, Chris. Watched you for many hours, so here's a tiny bit of money. Very much appreciated. Oh, I see you around. I feel like there are multiple Chris's that watch my stream, so I'll do my best to keep you all separate in my head. But I appreciate it. Where's the cool stashes at Blizz and what chords? My stash is at 69, 420, 420, 69. So stop by if you would feel so inclined. So there's at least 3 people on the trail here. I'll try to keep that in mind. I am about halfway there. So I'm expecting to run into something soon as sort of the maximum distance for these trails. I take song suggestions in the New Friend Music and Videos channel, Henry, but I do not add music to the playlist a lot. I do have to say. Maybe in the future I will set up some sort of song queue / song request system, but as of now I'm mostly playing mixes on YouTube, so it just doesn't really work that well for having individual songs be requested. I think there are, Henry, just because of Ranch. I get that saying from Ranch. I completely stole it from him. I will not be afraid to admit. And I think someone built a fake Ranch stash at one point. So I think there is stuff there. Only peanut butter jelly time? Yeah, true. Peanut butter jelly time did make it into the 1,000 subs special, and it is basically the only song request that I've ever abided by. How far have you been following this trail? Probably like 30k Nether, probably about 300, 400k overworld, something like that. The Hunter thought Talk Tick was a play on TikTok. Was that Decto? No, it was just a username I had never heard of. If you ever dual stream on Twitch, you can separate the tracks and remove it from your VOD. Yeah, I would have to do that. I'm still really worried about streaming on Twitch with them not allowing cheats in multiplayer, just because I'm very transparent about what sort of clients I use and providing a link to get them in chat. So I'm still unsure of what the standing. I also need to refresh my elytra here. I'm still very hesitant about that standing with Twitch. Please go live. If I'm not live right now, Vex, what am I? Not a chicken butt, that's for sure. Or at least I would hope not. Screaming, exactly. What about Kick? I've just never really been a big fan of Kick, personally. YouTube is my platform of choice. And I feel like, in the sense of having a different platform, they don't really give the viewer anything else that YouTube doesn't, if that makes sense. That is true, I'm pretty sure, Henry, but I don't know much about it. No, I have not emailed Twitch staff because people who have streamed on Twitch a lot longer than me have tried and have gotten no response, so I don't, they're not going to respond to me. As unfortunate as that is. Or definitely Wide Hard. Yeah, I mean, Wide Hard is a BTTV emote. Streamlabs hasn't really worked. It's supposed to be enabled on my chat overlay. I've never gotten it to work with it though, sadly. What is the red and zeros and how come the trail has nothing? The red and zeros is new chunks. And I'm not quite sure what you mean by how come the trail has nothing. I'm following a trail, hoping to find something at the end of it. But generally, trails don't have things on them constantly, especially when you're this far out. I think YouTube is the best place to grow 2BTT content. Yeah, that is also true. Yep, probably, Henry. Why is your voice so lusciously fancy? That's just how it be, Vanessa. That is just how it be. Oh, like, that just means it has been loaded in 1.19, Hunty. I have 3 colors on my minimap. Red, which means new chunks, I'm loading for the first time. Clear, which is 1.19 chunks, means someone has loaded it past the 1.19 update. And then yellow is old chunks, which means they were loaded 1.12 or below. Minecraft is really popular on YouTube and Twitch, more YouTube though. Yeah, I would say YouTube is definitely the platform of choice. Just because cheating in games tends to be popular with kids, and I think there are a lot of kids on YouTube, honestly. Yes, it just means someone flew this direction before. I'm following their flight path. Listen, about to get a gotcha from chat. Why would a 5th column member give me free stuff? No clue. Could be many things. It could be a person who's not affiliated and is just LARPing. It could be they're hoping that you build something and the chance that they can destroy it later. Who knows? Because you get asked the world record amount of questions. Yes, that is true, I'll plug. It does tend to be a question answering stream, but I don't mind it too much. Yep, kids love Minecraft. It is a children's block game. And I'm just checking for skips / dimension changes whenever I'm making a portal. And I'm waiting for the chunks to load, which you can see on the map here by they slowly expand out until I've loaded the whole portal area. I use Meteor and Rusher, but my full client list is available in my linked Discord. Most of which are just mods. I use Fabric Loader. Someone just found the first base I ever found on 2BTT. A piece of history, Vex, a piece of history. I went to the first base I ever found recently and it was still mostly intact. So I thought that was pretty cool. Do not have the obby. Hello world. Roleplay exists in all games. Oh! We finally hit something with our skip. Let's go. We hit 2 trails with our skip. I'm trying to get a better point. So I don't have to dig up from -52 or whatever it was. Yeah. No problem, DJ Cuba. I'm still at like -15. I want to be... Hunter Trail who breaks portals? It possibly could be. I really am just trying to get a portal on the surface, but it is not... The game doesn't like me like that, apparently. Finally, we get a surface. Guess we're following this direction first. I'm gonna sleep in the first bed I see also. Hello, Xave, or Zav. Behave indeed. I am behaving, don't you worry. Hate it when portals do that. Interesting end of the... I guess I didn't have search on. The trail ends right at a monster spawner. Could have been someone walking. Could have been someone hiding stuff in here. It was probably just someone walking. Yeah, it looks like it. Got a free gapple though. I will take it. I did not see either. How do you build portals so fast? No, it is a Jeff mod feature, which is this meteor plugin I have. Yeah, it could be a hunter that breaks portals. That is kind of what it looks like. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily role players, it's just kids who try to be as edgy as they can, Henry. Does this even have a portal down there? I can't. Oh, they're minecarts, but they... I thought they were spawners. Don't know, 12E. But yes, indeed, make sure to like the video. Are people who seem to be edgy kids allowed to be in the geocaching community or Blizzard streams? I mean, anyone is allowed to be in the geocaching collective as long as it looks like someone dug some terracotta here. That is a good sign. But of course, if you're offensive, that is against the geocaching collective rules. I would highly recommend you checking those out. I will enforce them if you do those things in the geocaching collective. Gonna set my home here just so I can return back if necessary. Come on, vanilla base. Oh, map art. Let me... Okay, there is something here, but I do need to hide, just to make sure it's safe for work. Hiding screen. Just to make sure it's safe for work. But then I will... Okay, yeah, it is fine. You got stick bugged. Everyone got stick bugged. 60 people just got stick bugged. Looks like we got some jungle terrain or something. Oh, what am I getting hit by? A pufferfish. Was not expecting that. Pre-recorded, bruh. No, this is an all-natural Blizzard find. If this is your base, log on, because I'm here. Looks like it might have been obvious. In the nether side, just because there's a couple open portals. But here we have the signboard. Let's see. And my frame rate is dying. Forks settle here, April 14th, 2025. So a month ago. Hillary Tooth 178 thought it would be fun to come out here. Hillary Tooth is wrong. Vitrobite was here. We're leaving. This is sad. Vitrobite. Bye, little base. You're my first, but not the last. I'm moving to something bigger, a group base. Who knows what will happen? I love map art. I love map art. I love map art. So it looks like it is abandoned, but it lasted a very short amount of time. Okay, we got a sign. Of course, we gotta check the chests. Some vanilla stuff. Unenchanted diamond. It does look like it is a vanilla spot. A vanilla spot with some carpet duper. Oh my goodness, I had a hiccup right in the middle of my sentence. Excuse me for 1 second. Carpet dupers. Yes, very vanilla. Yeah, that's what I get for trying to talk through my hiccups. They hid some obsidian in a hopper. You can't hide it from me. Oh, this is sick. Tales from Earthsea by Vorks. I didn't even see this when I pulled up. What makes life on here easier? Hell yeah, thank you, DJ Cuba. I'm actually not sure what currency that is, but I appreciate it nonetheless. This is a W1. I'm gonna copy it here. If you will excuse me for a second. Gotta put away some of my items. Let's see, fireworks for fireworks. Wrong way. The stack. And I will drop obsidian in here. Oak signs. Now I need my map shulker. To get out shells. This is why I always bring shells. And I will catch up in chat in 1 second, y'all. I just kind of want to get this set up. Oh wait, these are not locked. This is the original map art. I may have to lock these. I think I will have to lock them. Let me also check out the messages real quick. Please slide me a copy. Hell yeah, I will distribute copies whenever I can. Rich county, rich country currency, Switzerland. Oh, hell yeah. You have infinite items? In a sense, too, I do. Take a locked and unlocked copy? Yeah, I should. I will need... Where is this table? Table here. Do they have glass? They do have sand. Where are there? Glass. I'm not seeing any glass. I'm not seeing singular glass pane there. Some incorrect diamond. I'll have to smelt my own. Meanwhile, I'm going to copy these once again so I can get in. Leave behind a locked copy. Map copying plugin in theory would make this a lot easier, but this is out of order too. Just did it again. Like this. Okay, sweet. Let me get my glass. Make panes. Now I can lock it. I will name them later. I think I will just end up taking a locked copy. I will check up on chat in a second. As you can see, I am a little bit preoccupied. We'll need a block. I'm just gonna take the top two here. Yeah, my helmet, just from bouncing on the highways, they're pretty worn out. Okay, well, that is not right. That seems to be right. That looks to be right. There we go. This one's here. This one goes here, no, here, yep. And then here, nope. Here, yep. Last one, nice. Awesome, we got a full copy. And this is by Tales from Earthsea by Vorks. I actually am going. I don't have any XP because I just killed myself. I would have named them, but like I said, I don't have XP on me. But that is a nice find. I'm gonna throw this other map art I have in here as well. And now let me catch up with chat. Just tuned in, sick fine. Hell yeah, Revoltbot. I'm back. This is nice. Yes, this is a very cool map art. I still have to check around the area, but I see Cole. Also, this black cat I've been seeing out of the corner of my eye. Very cute. I assume that this is the dragon, it seems. Oh, well, we hit our first geocrash, that's for sure. How to Train Your Dragon? Yeah, maybe. Or it could just be a black cat. That's a great old Studio Ghibli movie. I see. Could also be that. That is true. Do you have crush? Like the soda crush? Or do you like a crush on another person? I got a crush on another person. I'm like 25, bruh. Oh, looks like... Oh, there's other map art here too. A cat. A cat with a hat. Just because I'm not sure, I am going to hide game real quick. Just because I saw something that might insinuate this is not an okay sign, or an okay map, but I will show again in 1 second. Yes, I do have to be careful. There are a lot of map arts here, but I will show them all in a second if I can. Hiding, game, checking, map. So apologize, y'all will have to be patient for 1 second. Geo Crush. That's a good one. My base Hal's Moving Castle. Your next update must be Geo Crushes. Yeah. This spot is sick. I will be in contact for a copy. Understandable, and I will be happy to hand out copies. Okay, I'm pretty sure these are all okay. So, we got The big dragon, its corner is here. We have this cat in the dunce hat. We have a little skeleton. We have the baby zombie. We also have this. I'm not sure, this looks like an album cover. So all of these are pretty cool ones. And then we have Get Stick Bug down there. That is Ghibli. Posted the reference to that map art in Geocache. Okay, it sounds like Dawn actually knows what it is a reference to. Kiki's Delivery Service. That is a cool one. Corn. Yep. Well, 7.5 mil out for a map art base is pretty nuts though, I do have to say. I do have my empty maps here. I'm just gonna grab a copy of all these over here while I'm here. There are some cool map arts. I don't think I had any of these either. It was a recent base made in the last month, so I'd be surprised if too many people have them. It looks like the cat in the dunce cap is not quite done also. Sorry, I'm trying to... I didn't get the last one right. It got me two of... There we go. There we go. Good job, bro. Thank you, Ackles Rust. Hey, Wind Rider. Got a nice little collection here. I think this is a 4x4 up here. Oh, there's not full carpet also, so there are some mobs out here. Bottom left. Top left. Top right. And bottom left. Sick. Now we have to travel back down here. I'm gonna check if there's any other stuff out here in the west. I think I'm gonna fly along the border of the chunk trails actually. You've grown so much in a few months. I remember you had like only 5 viewers. Yep, at some point that was the case. But I feel like I've been pretty consistent on streaming. This definitely helped. Recognize that grass block, I'm on my way. I wish you the best of luck. Hope you cool day, guys, going to sleep. Good night, Fareed. Thanks for stopping by. If someone griefs, what happens to the map art? It would be griefed unless you locked it, like I just did when I was copying it. I guess being concerned with harassment or bullying is an offense worth timing me out for. I mean, I've been paying pretty close attention to the messages in the Geocaching collective, Henry, and I haven't seen any of that. If you stream during the night, then people who fall asleep and have autoplay on will increase your viewer count. Yes, that is true. Although active chatters are, I think, just generally a better metric. Yeah, Henry, when you repeat it over and over again. Yeah, sometimes I leave the stream chat discretion up to the mods, so if they feel like you're spamming, I trust their judgment. Do you need to lock the maps you just made? Yes, I'm gonna go back to the station and lock them. I was just seeing if there was anything else around on our way to the other map arts. Anyways, if Blizzard actually cares about enforcing the rules in the Geocaching Collective, there has been harassment and bullying occurring on the basis of economic class. Henry, I read every single message sent in the Geocaching Collective, and I've seen none of that. We got our stick bug map. We got these two jungle pieces. It looks like this one may be unfinished, or maybe a part of it is somewhere else. To be fair, I'm not entirely sure. Henry is null. Oh, I see. Looks like Arzen was being a little sarcastic, but I don't think that was bullying, Henry. I'm sorry if you're offended, but they're being fairly sarcastic, and technically they are right. Welcome, Cooter. Welcome, Tiago. El Plug is starting the coalition against Henry. Is there a cheat or something that builds these for people? Yes, there's a printer that will assist with it. If you have the schematic, and Map Art Craft by Rebane is a great website for map artists to create the schematics for them. And I'm pretty sure Billy Lagoda will respond to you, Noel, about the Zenith proxy stuff. But I do have to say, he did not make Zenith proxy. He's just another user of the mod. So the more technical questions might be better answered by actually looking into the code of Zenith proxy, since it is open source. However, I do know he is a pretty smart guy, so he's probably just working or busy and will respond later. Would be cool to make a multi-part map and leave it scattered over. That is true. Have there been any treasure hunts on 2v2t? I'm sure there have been at some point. It's been good so far, Lokes. Lots of questions today, but we just found this cool map art base, so. But is full automatic building with baritone possible? I would recommend looking into the baritone configuration and mess with some of the configurations. For example, DJ Cuba, I use a setting called Build Ignore Existing a lot. I think it is build, ignore existing. Yeah, build, ignore existing will count any placed block as correct. So it won't break blocks that it thinks are incorrect and will only place correct. This is the first stream this week, Lokes. So no, there have been no finds this week, but I have been, I just finished with a base walkthrough for one base that I found a while ago that's been active for some amount of months, so that was cool. That video will be coming out some point soon. And I have some more base walkthroughs scheduled that I still have to go and record. But those may take longer to be released just based on the nature of the base. Have you fought another hunter out here? No. I have never fought another hunter, much less barely any players. But I have found hunters far out before. And I guess now that I should check. Oh, this is just the skeleton grinder with the map art, but I guess I should check if there's anything down there. Where is that hole? I always have a hard time finding these. Oh, it's blocked off. Oh, that's above the spawner. That's not what I wanted. I went down the wrong hole. That's what she said. Or not. Anyone know what the geode cache skips counter is for? That's for whenever I skip into a geode. Just a bunch of mob drops. Nothing special here. Also, I saw thrown ender pearls, so I do want to check out this pearl room and check all who is here. Oh, there's actually quite a bit of people. I didn't even see this down here because I turned off my tracers. This looks like it kind of is the way down here. Or not. No, this is not the way down here. We got the totem chest. And the totem shulker. So it does not look like there is much here. So we have Vitrobite, aka Litrobite. We have Vork's Pearl, Vork's backup. Deity's backup. Pillow Stasis, Pillow Tooth 178. Oh, Pillowy Tooth is online. Let's see if anyone else is online. Deity. Vorks is not online, and Litrobite is not online. He is online. We could pearl him. I'm also gonna check in the bot real quick here when they were last online. Scene DT456. Last seen May 23rd, so he was online today. So this is very active. Borks _ He was also online today, like an hour ago. Hydrobite was online yesterday, so yeah, these people are all fairly active. Just making sure he's ready. I do need to do this real quick for these. Okay, let me take a picture here of the boys. Pillowy tooth. He's got the eye of Steve. Girl by Blizzard, you should feel honored. Yes, exactly. Emergency backup, emergency. The mystery man. Gotta love meeting up with random people. 2 builders, 1 picture. Hell yeah, 1 big geocache. Yeah, I do count it as that. But that was really cool. Finding someone else, being able to pearl them back real quick. It was nice. It was nice. I always love meeting people this far out. I also do need to finish copying these. Oh, sweet. Very nice map art base. I'm sad that it was abandoned before I came by, but nonetheless, it is still very cool. The map art are amazing and new, and I am glad I could get them first. Hello. 2178. Hell yeah. And I do need, which ones are not locked? This one is not locked. Not locked, not locked. That is locked. Take a picture with your phone. F2, Henry. Hell yeah. Do I have an empty shulker? Did I throw the last one away? I think I tossed the last one, so I will have to get another one here. Apparently I did not grab it. 2 jungle. Oh, there's a map there. Another map. Oh, I have the invisible maps. Very buggy. Right. That's so cool you found this. Yep. Love hunting. Feel free to Discord in the stream. The Geocaching Collective. That's fine. With his book. And I will leave behind. I'm gonna take 3 wool for bed, but I'm gonna leave behind the glass for someone else to lock their copies. I'll put my maps in there too. Sickening. Sickening. We were not careful at all with hiding this. Yeah, it was pretty obvious. Well, but I'll make sure to clear portals on way out. It's fine. Okay, sweet. Let me catch up with these last chats here. 2 builders, 1 pickaxe. Should feel honored right now. Yep. Original map art? Yes, there does. Anyone? Yeah, F2. Wasn't seeing the door. Yes, I have, Henry. Locking them prevents them from being changed, like if someone griefs the original. Buttface. No, it is not. It's a Minecraft mechanic. Okay, I'm headed back to my portal on this direction. Yes, this was a massively cool find, I do have to say. Very nice map arts, and if it was active, that would have been even cooler, but we did actually get the Pearl member back, so hell yeah on that front. Not as good as the OG map art, Blizzard knows, yeah. Maybe a little NSFW, but make the red face, droopy eyes emote in the geocache. Oh, I should, you're right, Rich Chunky. That's a great idea. I'll do that after stream. Here, let me make a note for myself. Red face, droopy eye emote, Discord. Ran out of fireworks. No, I don't PvP, Henry. Yeah, the castle is an OG map art, what can I say? Mushroom bases or jungle bases, which go harder. I like, well, they're both good because they have my favorite like colors of grass, but I would have to say jungle. But yeah, the mushroom base does have its advantages because of the mobs. It's the name of a group, Henry. And see, what I'm gonna do is leave this portal open here because it's completely detached from any trails, but break the other ones that are connected to. Let me turn this back on. The other ones that are connected to the trail. The rarest item that I own are signed books, as they're basically the only unique item that you can get in Minecraft. Fully unique. There are no Goodwills on TVTT, but a few Waffle Houses. Yeah, Waffle House is expanding its franchising into the world of block game. Yeah, these are portals right on. I'm gonna do him a favor. Oh, hell yeah, Don. Waffle House Nation on top indeed. Waffle House is greater than IHOP. Spread the good word of the Lord and the Waffle Houses. Okay, can you get out of here? I will use you to repair my armor. As people have pointed out, it is kind of low. Why do people say block game? No, it's just playing for Minecraft. Nothing more, nothing less. Waffle House on top, indeed, Rocket. Why are we destroying portals? Because there is a base here that I found, and I don't want it to be the most obvious. It's already pretty obvious just based on the terrain, you know, but if I can help out a little bit, maybe prevent one future griefer from finding it, then I think I will. Although it is, as you can see, very obvious regardless. That's my favorite thing about YouTube's player, Ryan, is you can scrub back in the live video player and rewatch what just happened, if you so please. With Twitch, you have to go find the VOD, and then that's separate, and this The scrolling is difficult because their controls on the video are so bad, you know. But YouTube, it's pretty easy. Waffle House indeed on top. Okay. You got rid of all the main stuff directly on top of the base, but it looks like they did do some netherite mining. So I'm actually gonna put a skip like right here. Sorry, let me go back. I can't land on the platform. Come on. There we go. I think this is out of the range. Yes, it is. Mansplaining the YouTube player. I do my best. Is your minimap through Rusher or a plugin? It is a standalone mod called Zero's Minimap. Welcoming pair, but my full mod list is available in the Discord. I'd recommend checking that out. No problem, welcoming pair. No, I refuse to craft one duration rockets. That's just a sin. That is just a sin. Okay, well, I think what I would do here is adjust my trail so that we can go follow these diagonal trails. Alternative, you get it flying. Indeed, indeed. Be a professional pilot. No problem, pillowy tooth. It is all part of being a hunter, you know? Being a peaceful hunter, at least. Do you have your chunk highlighting settings in the Discord as well? Yes, I have configs for basically my whole setup, which does include my minimap config, Sprylin. I disagree strongly with that sentiment, Henry. It is a very unique and I think fairly balanced mechanic that makes the game more enjoyable to play. It does not give you better mobility than being in creative. But I guess I understand kind of what you're saying. I mean, you can use commands because if you're in creative mode, you have op, so you can just speed yourself up. You can just teleport to a location. It's like comparing a survival mechanic to a creative mechanic. It's just, it doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. Just need to go a bit farther, I think. I'm going to go down here and then fly off this trail. I simply wouldn't play MC period without elytras, just a hard nope. Yeah, it is very, very good mechanic. Who needs rails now? Yeah, I mean, after they make rails usable, maybe make the speed modular or something, it'll be good. I mean, mods have already kind of done that. My cat is begging for food. I may have to, once I set my path here, go feed the kitty cat. The cost of getting the elytra is beating the game, Henry. It is literally a post-game item. Post-endgame item. Yes, but my point is, if you have creative mode, you have op, so you can just give yourself speed 7 and then fly in creative faster than elytra. Or teleport, you know? I just don't get the comparing it to the base creative mode when they're two separate game modes, you know? You're right, Rich Junkie. I will be right back, y'all. Gonna feed my cat and also grab some water. Thank you all for tuning in so far. We did just find that map art base. If you want to scroll back, check it out. I'm going to try my first ad break while I leave. So if you do get ads, let me know if they're annoying or what you think about them. Appreciate any feedback. Alrighty. I'd like for a new update to have the new enchantment Unbreakable that behaves like the Elytra. Interesting. Eat cat, move car, drink water. I mean, they already have Unbreaking, which reduces the rate at durability. I think adding an Unbreakable enchantment would just be too OP. I have Auto Armor, which will automatically replace the Elytra when it gets low. It's Ryan. So that is why I did not get cooked when my Elytra broke. It's under Auto Armor, Elytra priority, and it has a durability threshold. If I had to update the Elytra, I wouldn't make an inkable item. No, it's not expected, Ryan, so without me telling you that, it is pretty hard. Just griefed my toilet, oh no. So unfamiliar, yeah. I am, on the other hand, very familiar. Is that guy still DDoSing the server, or is it still lagging? It still lags on occasion, Bexley, but it's honestly a lot better than it was a couple weeks ago. Skibbity toilet. Actually, Ryan, it is only hacking if it is against the rules, but because they're allowed, it is not hacking. But that's what I like to say. They're considered Anarchy utility clients because they are allowed. If I was breaking the rules of a server, then I would consider them hack clients or cheat clients. But because they're allowed, yep, nerd face, finger pointing up. Hence the name Rusher Hack. Yeah, we just call it Rusher here. I also just personally have a pet peeve when people call cheating in video games hacking. Like the people who are using the cheats are like actively coding stuff to exploit something. When in reality, it's just cheating. You're not hacking anything. But whoever mentioned the lag, thanks a lot because you just caused me to lag. A geocache is similar to real life, something that someone left behind. Yeah, thanks a lot, Bexley. Because it is allowed, Chompy. The server is dying. Pending connection to 2v2t moment, exactly. Yeah, the lag just started. Yes, indeed. The main thing is whenever you time out, your player model doesn't get kicked all of the time. which is why I use the auto disconnect illegal disconnect function, such that it is more likely to actually kick my player model out. But I almost did die to this piggy. Let's see, down here, this way. Let me get an even number about here. We're getting closer. The piglin was swinging. That's why my helmet and pants, or helmet and boots are so low. Okay, so we got this one trail, which is probably here, if I had to guess. I do want to see if we can pass these diag trails, though. He went Nathaniel B mode. I'm trying to find utility mods. I'm sure you're well aware I have my mod list in the Discord, Water. Yo, what's up, Alex? No problem, you can tune in whenever you want. We had an earlier find of a map art base if you want to go back a little bit and check it out. I use Meteor and Rusher. I don't think so, Henry. When is the Rusher hat giveaway going? It is currently going right now, Alex. In the Discord, in the announcements channel, you have to react to the message to enter. I'll be doing the drawing soon. I'm just working on obtaining the copies of Rusher to give away. But as soon as that's done, I will be drawing names from the reaction list. Like, we have not quite crossed it yet. I mean, it is possible that changes its slope so drastically, but I'm not convinced. Start lagging when it's finally good for me. How does that work? Always seems to lag at the most unopportune times. I will give it that. You stream on Twitch as well? No, I have a Twitch account, but I'm mainly just streaming on YouTube. Yes, you can, Rich. You just have to donate me 1,000 dubs, and I'll give you Rusher Hack for free. Got hit by lightning today too. I hate it when that happens. I can't remember the last time I got hit by lightning in a game, I'm gonna be honest. It's been a fat minute. It should be around there, so we should be hitting it any second now. I have a base hiding guide in my Discord, Alex. I would recommend checking that out. I think I'm also going to start redirecting questions about the mods and configs to the config mod questions channel in the Discord. Just so the stream isn't so much a full tech support answering session. I will answer them, but if you do have questions of that sort, I'd recommend posting them in that channel. I thought you were doing Rusher Plus giveaway, not regular Rusher giveaway. That was the original plan, Jack, but I figured it would be hard to one, just get people who only have Rusher to enter, and I wanted to make it more inclusive, such that more people would be able to enter a giveaway. So I decided to do normal Rusher accounts instead. However, in the future, I might give away Rusher Plus. I just felt like it wouldn't be as exciting, as not very many people have Rusher, but probably a lot of people would rather receive a Rusher account than Rusher Plus, if that makes sense. Damn, I was looking forward to the Rusher Plus. Yeah, possibly I will be giving away Rusher Plus in the future. It was just, I wanted to make it as inclusive as possible. But I will, I appreciate your feedback and opinion on that, Jack. I will definitely keep it in mind for the next time I get one. I'm sure there'll be plenty more to give away in the future. Goodness. Glizzen. You could do that. Since 2020. The problem is, Henry, if people aren't going to join the Discord and look there, they're not going to look in the description. So it just feels kind of redundant. I don't mind answering some of the questions. Not right now, Kubis, but I do have some proxies set up. What are the best trails to follow? Any trails are the best to follow. You really don't know what is at the end of a trail until you follow it, so... Have you heard of anyone being punished for this, like cryo-banned? No. I have not. Oh man, this is an interesting little spot. I think I am gonna follow it north a tiny bit. What is your streaming schedule? I try to stream on Fridays and weekends, and then Wednesdays. However, it is not a set schedule. Most of the time it is just whenever I have free time. However, it is about time for a music swap here. I think I'm gonna go for something a little bit more upbeat. So forgive me for a second. One, two, three. Not like a jelly time yet, but mayhaps. I'll have to hit it with a peanut butter jelly time. Does using a proxy cause issues for other players or the server? No. It's just a headerless Minecraft account that attempts to keep you logged in as much as possible. Yes, it is baritone. It is 7:40 for me. I'm Central Time. It just has some anti-AFK functionality. Does it ever crash your player on accident? Not as far as I'm aware of. Yeah, 8 hours is the maximum length of time you can stay online. It doesn't matter if you're active. Sessions are limited to 8 hours, so you'll get kicked. My full mod list is in the Discord, Alex, but mainly it is Death Mod. Not enough lava flow for there to be skips here. Yeah, more or less. You get a little bit more hints in real life because people actually want you to find the geocaches. This song is Porcelain by ISYTI. It is more than likely something else, Cubis. A lot of 2B2T players will end up equating something to their problem that's not actually causing it. Like, I can't even count the amount of people who have said, like, the server's buggy, I can't move, I'm stuck in place. Why is the server doing this to me? I don't have any modules that could cause this, and then they just have anti-hunger on. Like, bro. It's not the server's fault, it's you using a module that literally limits your movement such that you don't sprint or do things that burn your hunger. Of course you're gonna appear to be lagging, but no, they're complementary reimagined. I feel attacked? No. It is a common occurrence, Evelyn. It is a very common occurrence. Hey, Rowan, what's up? But it's only because you're 100% correct. How do you know the person didn't just place a portal on the trail? That is part of the art of hunting, is figuring out where they did that. Sometime in the future, Reconnaissance, I'm not sure. One is going to be sooner than the others. I do not link the full playlist usually, Henry. Congrats on 1K, bro. High school or tough AF. You should enjoy high school while it lasts, Rowan. Because it is basically your last chance to be a kid before the real world kicks in. How can you figure it out, though? Through experience and time and determination, Alex. Follow trails, Fuma. Check for portal skips. Really, the best tip I can give is spend as much time as you can There isn't really a way to find a trail that has a close base. You just have to find a trail and follow it until you find something. Why not just buy $10 kits on TBTT instead of finding bases? Because $10 worth of kits is not a base. How far off the highway should I go at 7 million to find a trail? I mean, if you're going all the way out to 7 million, you will likely be lucky to find and follow any trail. There isn't like a specific range. Found a 12 dub stash yesterday at 1 mil, negative 300k. Yeah, there are still stashes close, and I would highly recommend hunting over buying from shops. I mean, there have been so many dupes in the past. Shops will end up buying kits for like 10 cents, 15 cents each and selling them for $1. So they have a large margin. I mean, to get 100k off the highway, Alex, you have to fly 100k off the highway, which will leave a trail. So, saying you have to go a specific distance to find something is just not an accurate statement. Yeah, they last quite a bit. On a new banner today, it just says Theum. Any idea which group this is or who it belongs to? No, Havlin, I have not heard of that banner before either. The lag got me stuck in the ground. As much of it is as possible, Henry. Loaded ones, Alex. Server dying. No big deal. Hopefully I did not die. Yes, I have, Alex. I would recommend following 1.12 as long as it's unfollowed. Yeah, soon it'll swap Raconus. This is not a very long mix. Got about 14 minutes left. What's up, Jasterix? Can you tell if a trail has been followed already or not? Mainly, it can only be done with context clues. Like if you find portals on the trail, it looks really thick like this. You know there are two people, but there is no way to tell for sure. It is just a guess. Thank you for the sub, Jasterix. No, 14 minutes until this mix is over, until the songs change. Probably about 3 hours. I mean, we found a base and then swapped trails, so actually probably about 30 minutes. Henry, it is not your music, but thanks for trying to rage bait. Can you tell if a portal has been placed in Overworld or Nether? Yes, you can just based on how the portal looks, like if it's fully completed, the chunks loaded around it, just context clues like that. Yes, clues by how wide the generated chunks are. Good night, Alisco. Thanks for stopping by. It is scroll wheel for me, Harrison, in the full screen map. Scroll wheel will zoom in and out. Yeah, I'm technically part of lots of groups, Alex. Infrastructure groups like Highway Union and Meg, building groups like VEA, hunting groups like Hunters Union, etc. Is Zero's better than Journey? Yes, I much prefer Zero's minimap over Journey map. Because it has add-ons like Zero's World Map and Zero's Plus that are built for Anarchy servers. What's the best distance out to look for bases plus stashes? I mean, that's already plenty far, Harrison. Dang, that's sad to hear, Water. Hopefully you're doing fine. Do the highway builders get free obsidian shulkers? I mean, most of the time they're mining e-chests. They're using e-chest shulkers to up the amount of obsidian they have. Are they still post 1.12 undiscovered megabases? Yes. My full mod list is in my Discord, Jack. Just wanted to say, love the stream. Keep doing your stuff. Hell yeah, thank you. 8-ball pool. Prayers up indeed. Thank you for the sub, Harrison. No chunk trails. What is Retroact Plus, and what's the difference between Plus and Standard? Plus is like the premium, it's nightly, so whenever there are updates, you get it first. However, I am not aware of very many differences between Rusher Plus and Standard Rusher right now. Do you think jumping through random portals in the Nether is better than following chunk trails in the overworld? It can be, but in the end it is just a different way of hunting. It's not going to change the bases that are there. So, however you think it's best to navigate around the loaded chunks. That is true, Eskel. It is very hard once you're this far out. How much is Plus more than Retroact Standard? To get Plus, you need 5 referral code uses. So if you just want to buy it, you would have to buy 5 licenses of Rusher using your own code, so it would be $100. Hell yeah, Puma. No, I have not boat patrol. Okay, this may be technically going parallel, but man, it just feels a lot better. Say no you, it means chicken butt. No you. No you. There are too many faces to read, Vex. Too many faces. It could be someone hunting, but it's pretty hard to tell at this point. I have a full description of a geocache in the FAQ in the Discord, Harrison, but generally I consider it something that a player has left behind that took some semblance of effort. I'm just following loaded chunks from Journey Map. Or sorry, Zeros Plus, not Journey Map. No com data. Thank you, Alex. Are we there yet? No, we are not rich. Hopefully we'll be there soon, but in our current state, we are not. We are not there yet. That is... I'm using Zeros to see the trails, Jack, but I'm using JeffMod Trail Follower to... it has an integration with Baritone that will follow. Let me swap up the music here as well. I haven't done this for a bit. I think I'm gonna try this. Yeah, it's pretty good. Discord has all my mods and configurations. I would really highly recommend y'all checking out the Discord. I spent quite a bit of time writing descriptions for each of the mods, what modules I use in the mods, attaching links to them, links to mod packs. Highly recommend it. This is probably not a skip, but the lava seemed pretty loaded, so... Yeah, you gotta do the ritual of doing a 360 and then throwing a gapple into the portal before going into the portal. It gives it luck. We got a mushroom biome. But maybe I'll try that on the next portal. Also, I am missing signs that I was supposed to write, so let me pull up Streamlabs to see who all super chatted. We got Chris E on top. Super chat god. We also have DJ Cuba. Sorry, Cuba. Living does make life easier. Smile. We got Don Nubius. Waho on top. Waho #1. I'll just do instead. And we have Rocket, your mom, the goat. Hell yeah. I broke a lot of chests. I didn't get a lot from one. I used the meteor module, e-chest farmer, which will break and place them repeatedly, and then rusher fast break is also toggled. Helps me break them faster. The IP is 2b2t.org. It is in the top left of the game client. Is building an end base more risky than overworld base? It's about the same. The problem is end trails are the easiest to follow. They just take the most resilient. While I'm waiting for it to load, I can pop up on my broken elytras. My rocketos. Actually gonna leave behind my broken ones here. In restocked here. Sure, I can real quick. Fast break is this. You can pause on it and then take a screenshot. What shader do I use? It is Complementary Reimagined. There is basically no way to hide stuff in a loaded chunk at Boat Patrol. Because everyone uses clients with search and stuff, it is basically pointless to try to hide your base in the overworld. Once someone follows your chunk trail, they're going to find your stuff. Also, they will show up on the mini-map. Sometimes there's 0 running lava in basalt biomes, but that is not always the case. Dropped head is back. Back again. Technically, this side of the trail is... Nah, there's way too much lava. Way too much. Yes, the border for every world on 2b2t is 30 million. So yes, there is a bunch of Nether past 3.75 million. That is almost entirely unexplored. I mean, I've been around the area. It's just general distance. Dropped head. We did find a map art base, so I guess I could redo my distance. We're probably even a little bit closer to spawn just because of how much we've been moving around. Yeah, we're at like 7 million on the dot now. We've moved a little bit closer because we're following off the ring road. Nether and Overworld both have 30 million border. What happens if you go to a portal past? Yes, it does. Although sometimes you'll get stuck in the border. So I do not recommend doing that if you can avoid it. I'm gonna do a little bit of overworld flying here just because this area in particular is suspect. Hopefully I can get a surface portal. No, we're not. Hopefully we're pretty close to the surface though. I know we're in a mountain. I'll just portal skip each individually. No big deal. The safest spot, it is the most isolated, Jack, but you do have to be careful because it is the least traveled. Your trails will be super apparent. No, you cannot boat. You have to use Ender Pearl stasis chambers and your bed. I use Meteor and Rusher, but my full mod list is available in my Discord if you would like to check it out. Here's Sasaki back at it again. You act cringe. Hey, they each have their uses. If they did the same thing, I wouldn't be using it, but they both have their advantages. Around. Because in order for your Ender Pearl to activate Eskel, the chunks have to be loaded. So by definition, if you're using an Ender Pearl, the chunks must be loaded for it to use, and therefore you leave a trail. Yes, I've heard there are quite a few cool mace exploits. Who knows when it will be on the oldest Anarchy server? We were supposed to update weeks ago, but what did I say? It was going to be months. Not in this version of Minecraft, through Sasaki. Well, it has nothing to do with Folia. It's just 2BTTs on 1.20. You can join older versions of Minecraft with newer versions. The main issue is joining newer versions on older versions. Yeah, it could cause some big issues. I can definitely see that happening if they did allow it once the server updates. Yeah, I'll do my 360 and throw a golden apple through. Let's see. And no, I'm not running block ESP on Meteor. It was not good luck. Well, time to decide to move on to a new trail maybe, or to triple or quadruple check for skips. Yeah, some blocks off of tracers. It's probably ESP with Rusher, if I had to guess, but I'm not sure exactly what blocks you're referring to. One person killed themselves and then 2 hunters went down and then went backwards. I really have no idea, Nady. But I wish you luck. I don't think so, Henry. Yes, ESP does not do tracers. I just have alert on all my search tracers as they are things I would like to be alerted about. One of the first portals we found on this trail. There used to be a bed here, but it is broken. Ace Blue smiling. It's a good question, Henry. One I do not know the answer to. I'm gonna do a little bit of overworld playing here just because the spot is a little bit extra sus to me. The spot here particularly had some long lava. I got voluntold, exactly. Are you going to the 1x1 mini tunnels just to hide Cubis in case any mobs spawn? It's just a little thing I saw Rifts doing and I thought it was a cool little idea. Even with the biomes, the Nether still feels boring to me. Yeah, the Nether is certainly something. Timed out for 30 minutes. Wasn't me, Vex. It was not me, I promise. I stopped paying attention to Kanye like a month ago, Fusasaki. Maybe once he gets medicated and returns to normalcy, I will see what he says again. But for the time being, he is certifiably insane. I don't know, Vex. It was probably too long ago for me to scroll up. Nothing around here at all. Vex, what the hell are you asking me, man? Spindulo and Blingata, that's a good one. That is a good one, Dawn. I like that one. Chat is cooked. Chat is so cooked. I am far away from spawn hunting right now, so I cannot give away any items at the time being. Need more obsidian. Oh, we got our second geocrash. No, I cannot repeat that. No, you cannot have a stash, Rich. Yes, I am millions of blocks out. It's usually activating a module. Oh, hell yeah, William. Why is my program not compiling? The method bake exists, but the following trait bounds were not satisfied. I'll have to chat GPT that one. Chat GPT, help me fix this program. W. William, indeed. Quad. Oh yeah, I was told to say quad instead of GPT. The greatest language ever, of course, Rust. Hell yeah. Vex invented coding, you heard it here first. I was not expecting to read that message, Fusasaki. Never used rest when we try checking the params. Anything for the fans? Of course, of course. Once again, I am out of obsidian. I forgot I crashed last time I did this. But it works now. It's a meme, my code does compile. Of course it does. Why would anyone think otherwise? Texas Roadhouse? I mean, if you're buying, sure. Can I be your friend, then I can have stashes, bro? Of course, Rich. My stash is at 420, 69, 69, 420. Just meet me there. I'll give you plenty of items. Plenty of items. Programming stream 1. This is just like asking for the for the 48-hour stream. Never. No programming stream. Those are my real stash coordinates. I'm not trolling. There are some issues with multi-streaming, Jack. I've went over before, but you'll just have to take my word for it. There are some issues. Prevent me from doing it. Yep. Those are the correct coordinates, of course. Feature client? Yeah, feature client's good. It is a paid client, so it's always probably going to have stuff to use. Great, thanks Fusasaki. Thanks for stopping by. I did not make this portal. I'm not a PvPer, nor do I have my configs for futures, so you'll have to look somewhere else for that. A whisper. As I do not have that information for you. I don't really ever play on the temp maps because the reason I play 2B2T is for its original map, so for me there's no point. At PC specs, I have an Radeon RX 5600X. I have a 2070 Super, 32 gigs of RAM. Those are the main important ones. Real Dawn. That's a good question, Rich. I don't know why I don't download more RAM. There's definitely a hunter on this one. Seems. Yes, I also recently got a 4TB solid state drive specifically for my 2B2T data. Like Don said, usually you're running a lot more than just one instance of Minecraft, so in that one instance of Minecraft has a bunch of mods and stuff which are going to further degrade your performance. Coinbase. Real. Can't forget OnlyFans, of course. Wide Peepo Happy is one of my favorite Peepo emotes. Bet the OF sub is expensive. Yeah, if you want access to my stash, it's only $1,000 a month on the Blizzard OnlyFans. Just kidding. Blizzard OnlyFans does not exist. If any of you thought I wasn't trolling. Do people hunt hunters? Some people might try, but it is basically a fruitless endeavor. Interception. Interception is real. Like this spot, it's like someone either walked past here or made a portal. I do not have a link tree actually. Yes, Jack. That is what hunter in the context of 2b2t means. Meteor whisper. The main issue, average finish dude, is just over time 2b2t's anti-cheat has gotten really strict, and because Meteor is not built specifically for 2b2t, you're going to have to edit all your configurations such that they work around the 2b2t anti-cheat. When you have a paid client like Rusher that is built for 2b2t, that is usually not the case, as because it's built for the server, it's built with their anti-cheat in mind. So that is one of the big benefits of paying for a client versus using a free client. But Meteor is still perfectly usable. It, like I said, you just will have to figure out some of the configs yourself. Oops, I did not mean to fall down there. If you die in lava, netherite won't burn. So you don't want to leave your armor behind. Generally, it's one account, one non-premium account per IP, Cubus. Unless you have prio, yeah, you're limited to one account per IP. The priority queue will like put that account into like a different subset, so it doesn't count towards your limit of non-priority accounts. What is the auto portal? Auto portal is under Jeff mod, but my full mod list is in the Discord. How's an Anarchy server if they got anti-cheat? Your questions are as good as mine, Mussolini. You forget how convenient Ressurrect is until you try using a different client for modules. That is absolutely factual. It's extremely convenient for the 20 bucks for good reason. And I don't know, Nady, that the trail, it looks like the main spots you checked, I'm not sure. I think I would need more context, but I just keep checking around for skips as it does look suspicious. True Anarchy is an offline server, real Swisher. Yeah, I am feeling pretty decent, although there are some skips on it, which is the only thing that I'm not too happy about. But it does look like that. Real, like D-Cat said. It is there, but you are not necessarily punished for anything. It's just mainly to, ooh, this is looking like this is gonna be where the skip is. Or it could just be a big loaded area, but it does look awful suspicious, I do have to say. When you have 30 players with E-Fly on, chunk generation can become very resource heavy. Yep. I don't know, Whisper. I don't use Future enough. Timer works on 2B2T? I don't think so. It might slightly, but I have not I have not used it myself. Think retroact visuals are fine? Yeah, I agree. Already pretty close to 1.1k. Yeah, I know it is growing pretty fast. Yeah, what's up with Blues and CS:GO, the Great Imperium? It is my username. What of it? Goodness. Forgot the mobs are gonna absolutely destroy me in the overworld. I will mine my e-chest once I get back to the Nether. My username is Blizzin on most things, but like on Reddit, it's Blizzin CS:GO. Yes, indeed, I have said I live in Austin, Texas before. But if you could stop trying to dox me, Imperium, the Great Imperium, that would be wonderful. Got any crazy knives or skins on CS? I think I have a decent collection. I run a gold gem-esque case hardened karambit with gold snakebite gloves. And I have like a one main skin for most guns, like the fuel rod AK, off Asimov, AK Asimov, M4, some random stuff. So why did I go back in autopilot? But I guess I never finished. Didn't finish loading the portal, but there is nothing there. So I'll try one more spot for a skip over here, but I will want to come back to this area, I think. Oh, I don't have enough. Do not have enough. Obby. There's also one more thing to add about my trail. There's a hunter auto spiraling along it. So it may have already been found. I am going to, guess, board up this area. So I'm gonna put a bed here. Not bad, not bad. Because I will want to come back and fully not fully checked, but if there's nothing further down the line. Oh, wow, the trail does get pretty thin right after that area. That is just a tad suspicious. I have no efficient way to repair my gear at the time. At the time being. Trail just continues down this way. I'm curious what these trails up here are. I'm gonna go back real quick. Oh, they end here. I thought they were continuing. Trying to find a new version of Jeff Mod. I think it does, but like you'll just have to check the GitHub to see what versions they have available. I'm not the mod creator, so I don't really know. I just have the 1.21.1 version that I use. I did not let this load enough. I'm kind of on autopilot, but finish loading this area. Chunk loading just takes so long by habit to hop back into the portal. Okay, I definitely will want to come back and check this area, but I didn't see anything right off the bat. That doesn't mean that there's nothing here. This actually might be my trail. You might see a sign of mine. That would be cool, shellfish. But like I said before, terrain is pretty, or appears to be pretty repetitive in Minecraft, so I would be very surprised if it was, but who knows? How many on right now? There's 708, 709 players online right now with a queue of 725. And let me swap the mix now. I think I want to go with... we're gonna go with this one here. Some video game music. How do you get in line? You just connect to the server, 2b2t.org. Oh my goodness. We're so separated from the trail. Baritone can't figure it out. And we're really stuck, separated. This is why Nether trails are curvy in Baritone. Is it true that Paul Steve griefed the Crowbar interdimensional bridge? I don't know, but I don't think so. And yeah, I agree with Swisher, it's probably gonna be a hella long queue. Shout out to Paul, for real. Ah, okay. That makes a lot more sense, because I would say Paul, I would not expect Paul just to grief something for no reason, unless it was like the first stash he found of the year. But that makes sense. Crowbar was killed fighting at it. The dude started rebuilding it because he wanted a better looking grief vid, so Paul went out and griefed it before that happened. That's actually funny. That is hilarious. But W Paul for that. It was Crowbar's wishes. Yeah, I would recommend, if you can, set up a proxy. If you don't have prio, it is very useful. Yes, I am, Colonel Link. And I would just, if it's not working properly, my number one guess would be you have another module activated that is interfering with it. The number one culprit for that is X carry under Meteor inventory tweaks. So I would recommend looking at that, possibly anything else that could affect inventory usage. Oh yeah, plus respect. Paul does deserve the respect. If anyone gets plus respect, it is Paul Steve 007. Yeah, glad we have Swisher in the stream. Real 2B2T historian. Oh yeah, we love Stardew here. No problem, Colonel Link. Only reason I know is I just read the wiki page today. Shout out to the wiki. I mean, the wiki has had a lot of stuff done to it recently, so yes, I would agree. Shout out to the wiki. Tell me, Schultz, which colonel is running this camp? Hogan or me? I sometimes wonder. It's Clink, not Link. Colonel Clink. Sorry, I don't know why I missed that K. I always say Colonel Link. It is Colonel Clink indeed. I also did not write your name on a sign since the super chat. Super chat. God. Yes, I've heard good things about Starbound. No, I have not played Starfield, Haviland. I know of it, though. All Minecraft pigs remind me of Ruben. Yes, I watch Atrioc from time to time, and he is a big Hollow Knight stan. Hell yeah, big A fans in the chat. And him trying to look for Hollow Knight content? That's hilarious. Yeah, sometimes I feel like he just becomes a headline reader. But other times he gives insightful commentary. Then again, a lot of people on the internet who talk about politics are not well versed in much either, I have to say. Unipixel played the Minecraft story? I have not seen that. The Trail Follower is a module in a Meteor add-on called Jeff Mod, but my full mod list is included in the Discord that is pinned and in the description. Is the wisest among the chat, for he alone knows nothing about politics. Aside from national debt stuff. Kept Ruben alive till the end. Oh yeah, Ruben is a survivor. Still fairly far away from everything. Don't see any reason for the trail to go that way. Did you know in Monty Python, they actually couldn't afford horses for the movie, which is why they did the coconut clacking? And it became part of the movie. Yeah, they like only could get permission to film at one castle also. Hey, Boolin. I actually didn't hear about that one, Nady, but that is right on brand. That is actually hilarious. I did not know that. Well, you learn something new every day. Yes, the Princess Bride. And welcome to the Geocaching Collective, everyone that's hopped in today. Ironic because George Harrison's film company was called Dark Horse. That is ironic. Okay, I do want to keep an eye on this trail, but there is this one which looks to be going horizontally, so I am gonna go check this one up here. Oh, he did Life of Brian, I should say. Life of Brian. I haven't seen these since like high school. It's been a minute. Whenever I hear people funding their own movies, all I can think about is Megalopolis. We all know how that went. Correct, Cubus. Because the seed is using a custom terrain generator, there's no way for a baritone to correctly predict the terrain based on the seed. What's up, Multi? Nice to see you around again. Interesting. It may have went up a little bit. That's the only thing I could guess. Ah, there it is. Okay, this is still looking decent, I think. Not too bad. Daily watching you on my TV but not commenting, just watching peacefully? Hell yeah, Multi. Sorry, Jack. I try to mix up my greetings, so... Apologies. Aw, don't say that. Who's smiling? How many stashes? I basically split up into 4 different stashes. Yes, this is 2B2T Munieru. The best song ever. Indeed it is. This one is... what is this one? I don't see timestamps for this song, unfortunately. As unfortunate as that is, but I do like this one. Yep, 2BTT is not that much different from normal Minecraft servers. It's just what's on 2BTT. Is it bad that my microwave started smoking? If it has a convection setting and you're just burning off some oil, then it should be normal, but generally microwaves do not smoke. It's probably just trying to relax. Good one. It deserves it. Yeah, smoking can turn into terminal conditions. You don't want to smoke a pack a day. Tell that to the microwave. Make sure it understands. A tiny night. One of my proxies just got in. 16-hour queue. Holy cow, that is pretty disgusting. Yes, the queue times are indeed gross, as some people would say. Yeah, in order to play 2B2T consistently, either a proxy or a priority queue is basically required. Proxy with Prio, yeah, that is certainly a combination that works well, but not required. I've never really had any issues with the proxy disconnecting, other than accidentally leaving illegal disconnect on, which caused it to leave. You look like a combination that looks well but isn't required. That's a vex-ass sentence. The GitHub for Zenith Proxy has steps on how to do it, Mussolini. But yeah, William posted some instructions in the Geocaching Collective in the mods channel, so I would check that out too. Damn, Cubis, that is unlucky. Yeah, the lag, I would blame that on the lag, honestly. Mine is not right now, Favo, but that's what a lot of people will do. Can't see any spots for a skip here, other than like right here, I guess. No skip, it's looking like. My cat is asking for more food, so I'm going to go give him another snack. Be right back, y'all. Alrighty. Like nothing too out of the ordinary. I probably have found some old stuff, Henry, but a lot of old stuff gets griefed, so it's probably ruined. Sometimes they're missing sign walls, etc. So it can be kind of hard to tell the true origin of some of the old ruins. Yeah, it does take some dedication to play on TBTT, definitely. You gotta spend the time. That is true. You do have as long as you can bear it, you know? Which I won't pretend like I never get burnt out on 2BTT. From time to time I get bored of block game. Drinking water and taking walks are two great things to do. Skip this one. God willing. Indeed. Well, good luck on that, Favo. I hope it works for you. Hey, we found something through an open portal. X530 house, builded by X530 underscore. He is not online. Oh yeah, we found the stash, for sure. Oh goodness. We are there! We're there! It is not a bad looking house, I will say that much. The excessive grass is a little interesting, but still looks pretty decent. Guess the main tower is here. Looks pretty cool, honestly. Well, there is not much in the sense of items, at least right here. Looking for signs, but I don't see any signs other than these two. I guess I will leave a sign here. See if there's anything else around. Oh. There is some more stuff. This sort of build thing. Obsidian Comet. Not bad looking. Looks like it may have been pillaged a little bit. Oh. I'm just now realizing the crystals. Yeah, this has been found and griefed or self-griefed. Looks to be completely empty. I mean, there was a portal open to it, so... ENT, trap chest... To be expected, I guess, to be completely empty. am going to check every single one. Zero scraps. Some vanilla building materials. Looks like it was a cool place. But yeah, it's definitely been touched. Definitely been touched. May have been juicy at one point, yep. Not that I know of, Henry. Epstein's Island, by the terminology I used, one might think that, but not seem to be. Does not seem to be Epstein Island, I do have to say. Oh, baby villagers, oh god. Yep, my vocabulary ended. The words ran out. Epstein's Island. We love our beppers. A map. What could it possibly be? Just in case I'm hiding. It's just a normal map. It is just a map of the ocean. Another map. It's probably more of the same. No, you're good, BV. Average TV map real. Surprised it is not. Yep, exactly. That's why I wanted to make sure. Make sure. No, I don't think so. My persona is a platypus? I mean, you're technically not wrong. I am Perry the Platypus. Interesting, like a highway of some sort. A long cobblestone road. You don't like Perry, we cannot be friends. Real. Not entirely sure what the purpose of this thing is, but it is certainly something. The Great Platform of China, more like. Can you watch the new Phineas and Ferb on movie night? Oh, that might be an idea. Although technically the Minecraft movie did win the last poll, so next time we do a movie night, I think it might be Minecraft movie, but then I'll add that to the next poll. Chicken jockey. Sorry, I had to. Very interesting platform. Have no clue what the purpose of that is. But they made a platform, that's for sure. Red face, droopy eyes. I'm a humble fisher nowadays. QB wins. Vintage story. Maple story, real? Yeah, I'm thinking there could be something else, but I just want to check this spot real quick. Oh, that looks natural. It does look very natural. Yeah, probably. I'm just following the trails. Hello, never soon. Looks like it might be an area loader, but certainly scattered area loaded. Someone flying this is dropping some Nether stuff. Server. Come on, old server. I'm about to get disconnected because I am very desynced. I'm just gonna disconnect for it. I wish it was as simple as saying stop lagging. Here is the area. Looks like there could be a raid farm over here. Holy cow, there's definitely some stuff. Just a standard mob farm. And holy cow, whatever this is. Yeah, it does look griefed, unfortunately, but this was a cool farm at one point. Carpet duper. Still with some carpeted shulks left behind. Some extra fireworks. Rail duper. We love a rail duper. Iron farm. Some GP. Ooh, some flowers. Sugarcane farm. Oh, there's a lower floor. Oh, who is this? Oh, this is X530. It is all his. Giant iron farm. This is a big area. I also see one thrown ender pearl. I want to see where the pearl is. Maybe here. Oh, that was Shulker. Looks like someone killed themselves here. Maybe there. Yeah, it is. There's one pearl here. Right here. Although I don't think he's online. Black bed. Lava buckets. A cobblestone farm. Sorry, let me catch up with chat real quick. Beautiful. I see. Wait, who griefed my backup base? It is in the top left, Jack. No, I haven't. Cobble. This place, I don't know if he's still gonna be here though, just because of how griefed it is. It does seem like some of the stuff is still intact, like somewhat, but obviously it is. Oh, this was a map art resetter building platform. Very interesting. Oh, that's cool. A butterfly. Holy shit, I didn't even see down here. Oh, the inkblot thing. Yeah, there used to be a bunch of pearls here. Holy cow, this is definitely some stuff. I wish I could have found this intact. This would have been sick to find intact for sure. Yeah, looked like this was cool at some point. Of course, but it's seen better days. This probably was the main stash area, it looks like. This dude had a lot of chests. Yeah, I would have loved to find this place when it was still ungriefed, you know? But it is what it is. "7-2 Sped and Pearl." I recognize that account. 7. I don't remember where from, but I do recognize the name. This was probably the Pearl Station. Blue item in the top left, it was a map of Bexley, but I put it in a chest. Batman Cave indeed. Some real good stuff in here. If only. This was an original iron farm, it looks like, or like a smaller one. Well, it was a cool find nonetheless. How many more hours do I plan to play tonight? Probably not that much. This might actually be the stopping point for this stream. Oh, this is an actual ruin portal. It looked very fake. AFK platform of some kind. And I think the queue is just long tonight because it's a Friday. Friday is when everyone's got time to get on. I'm not sure if I checked this next to this area. Okay, well. Also definitely been checked. The creeper is griefing, not me. That's all I gotta say. Aw, dang, Bexley, yeah, that's happened to me only once, but luckily I was streaming, so I could just look back at my stream and recreate the signs, luckily. Oh, there are some leftovers. Get away from me, creeper, please. Looks like it was just some gunpowder. But the amount of creepers here is absolutely insane. I have to fight off a whole horde of mobs to even look in the chest. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Nady. Yeah, looks like... Wait a minute, look! Look what was in the chest! I must have given this guy a new friend kit at some point. He's using my kit to store. That is so cool. That is very cool. My shulker came of use. I'm gonna leave it, honestly. I'll take a couple, but... That is a cool find. I like that. What are the odds? Yeah, exactly. That is kind of crazy. Oh man, that made my night. That was cool to find. Perhaps when I'm around Spawn Ryzen Way. I am pretty far out right now. But whenever I do return to Spawn, I typically do send a message in the Discord or I'm live at the time. Going to bed as well, cheers. Thank you for stopping by, Havlin. Yeah, the stream is shortly going to end. I think this is going to be my last base from this stream. Was just hoping to see if there was any other little things around. Yes, in a sense it is cooler than the two bases I found. I don't miss the trail to world border, yeah. When I'm not following the longest trail on Earth, it does tend to be a little bit more entertaining. That's the least I can say. This is definitely a portal skip. Wasn't that the exploit the Masons used to track their named shulkers? Yes, indeed. Do not take a Blizzard kit to your stash or else I will show up. That is completely a joke, by the way. There isn't the ability to track shulkers. You want flight duration 3 rockets if possible. That's what you think. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. I'm gonna check around a little bit more, but that really does seem like the main loaded area. We've kind of found all the 1.19 edges, so I am gonna call it here. I want to say thank you everyone for tuning in. We found a couple cool bases, and I really liked finding my kit at the end there. That was really awesome. But I will probably be streaming tomorrow or Sunday, likely tomorrow. But I want thank you for the sub, Ajax, Bexley, Ajax for Voltbot, William, Colonel Clink, Chris, Mike Manners, Havlin, Rise and Way, Rocket to Your Mom, Rich Junkie, Nady, Chip, VV Luminous, Frigo, Heath, Muniero, Woo Clear, Swisher. I think I got most people who have chatted recently. Henry, of course, Jack, iFavo, Chris, other Chris, Cubis, Mussolini, Woo Clear. Thank you all for a great stream. I will see you all later.